Alrighty, and hello. Hey, welcome back to the Ark, where I apparently took a nap and went to hell because boy, this is a late stream start. But yeah, we're playing more Danganronpa. We're on class trial number 6, and we don't have an alibi, so let's figure out what happened. Also, why is my music so goddamn loud? Being the last one left, I stepped into the elevator. The door slid shut. Look at all 6 of us there. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears. The dread began to consume me once again. Can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. Oh, Makoto. After an immeasurable period of time, the door slid open without warning. Dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes, but it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair. Alright, Makoto. What is with the bright-ass room? I've been waiting for this. Feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. It's been 3 days. The time for pointless jokes and jabs is past. Let's get on with the show. Chills, chills, kills. And so the curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal. Is this the 5th trial? Did I miscount? Because I definitely thought this was the 6th trial. Well, stream title's gonna be bad. A deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly class trial. Alright. Do you want to save? Oh, I guess it's chapter 5. I guess it would be the 5th trial. Oh, my bad. Oh, damn. Also, we could have saved there last time. I think we have all the skills available that we have already equipped. Try to refresh my memory a bit. That's right, there's a chicken missing, which there wasn't a lot of blood, which I'm guessing. You want to know the one fucked up thing about playing this after I've already seen the anime? Is I already know technically who the body is. The problem is I don't remember all the pieces in between to get to that conclusion. And that's the part where even if you've seen the anime and everything, it isn't gonna help you if you don't remember shit for this game. Alright. Even then, hey, the game's a lot better than the anime, I'll say that much.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment.
Why are we explaining this again?
If you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
Like, this seems like a weird time to re-explain this concept.
Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Alright.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
Yeah.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
Yeah.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
God damn it, Hero. No, it isn't. They're standing right there.
No, that's a ghost.
But she has legs and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
Oh no. No,
Limit to how
Hero,
much
no.
ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Mm-hmm.
Her traits?
Yes. One important trait that Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her. What? One important trait that Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her. Kyoko's piercing glare. Didn't even say anything, and I've already become a victim of that piercing glare. I just thought it was the funny haha answer. Alright. You know what? Yeah. Kyoko's gloves.
I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
Because Kyoko always has gloves on.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
That's fair.
You know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
The corpse wasn't wearing any gloves.
Burnt up in the explosion.
Hiro, why are you still arguing that it's
I'm
Kyoko?
not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
Oh, why is he like this? There's no way that corpse is Kyoko. But if I can't prove it, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. Yes, thank you, Makoto. So I don't have any choice but to... Why? Why is this the way this starts?
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Hold on. No, the body isn't Kyoko's. I know I can prove it.
That Kyoko...
Can I check truth bullets someplace? I don't remember.
Impossible.
Oh, I didn't know I could swap
Okay,
fucking
then
bullets with
prove
the Q
it.
button.
Prove
Oh
she's
shit.
not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
Watch me fail this a million times. Watch me fail this a million times.
Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a
The
ghost.
dead body wasn't.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, because she had fake nails on.
No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves.
Yeah.
Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty
Yeah, because they
big
had
pain.
huge nails on.
Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Yeah. Honestly, true.
Man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
Hiro, what the fuck?
Anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Yeah.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life.
Alright, calm down, Kyoko. Fancy gloves, I get it.
If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which
Okay.
should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Thank you, Byakuya.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Or anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. Well, they had fake nails. The nails were red. Sprinklers, explode body analysis, tattoo on the right hand.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
Let's see. And the one thing that can tell us was on the victim's own body. The other thing is knowing what exactly each truth bullet does fucks me up every single time we do a trial. Because half the time I'm thinking of one thing, but it's a different clue. Like that detail's on a different clue, and I'm like, oh. I need... Yeah, the upper half of the body was beyond recognition. The upper half of the body remained on fire, had to be extinguished. Because of this, the upper half was soaking wet, while the bottom half was remaining dry. What was the other bullet we had?
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out.
Tattoo on the right hand, exploded body analysis, and
The
sprinklers.
face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file.
The sprinklers are just the sprinklers, right? Okay.
Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
This is gonna be a painful one. This trial is gonna be a painful one, and I can tell. Oh shit.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be something. The face was scorched beyond recognition, and there wasn't any description in the Monokuma. Well, if we can't identify the body...
We have a tattoo on the right hand.
There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
Yep.
What? For real?
Yep.
You're lying. You'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Toko, calm down.
Oh, an unusual death. This I gotta see.
Every death has been cruel and unusual.
Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
Every death in this game has been
The key
cruel
to
and
figuring
unusual.
out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Toko, what?
Seriously? You really did something that
Toko, what?
humiliating?
Oh, you're wild.
That's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
These are facts, Byakuya. Thank you.
Really?
We compare the tattoo to other information we have. The victim's identity should become clear.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Yeah, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad
Get the tattoo.
would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Yeah.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... It's a dog. Are we doing the hangman? We're doing hangman. What? Oh, wolf. Can I just get a W, please? Can I get an F, please? Thank you.
Now I understand.
I'm like, a dog. No, not the right
The
word. Thanks,
representation
Ark.
of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology.
It is.
Huge, world-ending wolf.
It was.
He's the child of the trickster god Loki.
Mm-hmm.
And the female giant.
These are lore.
after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
Stupid. True, but stupid.
That means
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf. Which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir.
Which means it could only be Mukuro
So it must have
Ikusaba.
been Mukuro.
But hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
Not necessarily.
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right.
Nah.
Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool last trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
Yep.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
It does, doesn't it?
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description.
Yep.
All
You're
it
right.
said was that she was the ultimate soldier.
The ultimate soldier.
If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
Mm-hmm. He did.
That means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba?
Yeah.
She's been gone this whole time, and when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Well, she was
Usually
probably
when
dead
there's a
already.
scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Yep, and then they ate shit.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
Mm-hmm.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
Byakuya is not
Information
wrong,
was not
technically.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Oh,
Fine.
okay.
Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
Oh, calm down, Byakuya.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place.
True.
Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
You're not wrong, but you're not right, Hero.
There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
One of you did.
Did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
It's me. Based on what we know, there can only be two suspects. It's Makoto and Kyoko.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do
Yep.
you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there.
We'll say Byakuya is the most
So,
punchable
the murder
person.
must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
They were.
Jim?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma.
They were.
The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis.
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
True.
Exactly so.
Though the only suspects now are me and Kyoko. Damn it, I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Yeah.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one
Around,
who saw the body
what,
first
9?
was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Yep. But the Monokuma thing didn't go off when the body was found and they were all there. That's the part that fucks me up. Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock. Yep. Then that's when he told her ass to go run up there and take 1 minute to do it.
It had to be around then.
Mm-hmm.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock.
Yep. He doesn't.
But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We did.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around...
7:30?
Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
Nope. The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. I don't have an alibi for 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. Proof. Okay then, it looks like the game has begun. If you can't prove an alibi for that period, then we're fucking dead. I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. True, because there was already a tarp that was wet. And that tarp wasn't there before.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Nope.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Shoot!
God damn it.
We've established a time frame for the murder.
Nope, I didn't mean to do that.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have it.
Yeah, until 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think.
That's more than enough
So
time to
Makoto,
commit murder.
if you have
Jesus.
any objections, now would be the time.
Something that happens in the garden at the same time every morning. Thinking back, the corpse is totally dry. In which case, I should be able to figure out when the body must have appeared in the garden.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
There we go.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi from the...
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
What do you mean? The body is... Oh, hold on.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, but
Here's where we read about the truth bullets again, otherwise we're gonna fuck up again. Yeah, this time is impossible to change. As such, it can be assumed that if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, it would have gotten wet.
it's 7:30.
That's more than enough time. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be...
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock.
There.
No, it's wrong.
Okay, I was on the right track. I just looked at the wrong clue. Okay.
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
Yeah, Makoto.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden.
Yeah.
The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Yep.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly.
Hopefully you do.
The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you say
Toko.
such a decent
Toko,
word?
calm down.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Toko, what?
You're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with a certain evidence and that should do it. Because we threw water on the body that it's wet. If we look at the body itself, that would make it clear. Oh, god
I
damn it.
admit nothing. I hate you. No! I don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No! I don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me?
I hate this minigame so much.
Nothing. Are
This
you
is
trying to
definitely the one minigame that I'm like, alright,
I hate you. No.
whoever made this, fuck that guy.
How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler?
This should prove it.
Because the body fucking exploded
Just remember
and we
what
had to
the
throw
body
water
was
on
like
it. That's
after
why the body's
explosion,
wet.
And you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
Yep.
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely
Who
dry?
exploded?
What
The
a
mystery 16th student.
maniac! I'm so sick of her.
Mukuro
Let's
Ikusaba.
just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because
It was on fire. That bitch was on fire.
while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Yep.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet,
Mm-hmm.
then the murder must have taken place
Mm-hmm.
sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Yep.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
Not necessarily.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
Yep.
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko is the only one without an alibi. Which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone? That's...
I'd just like to say one thing.
Oh?
If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Yeah, Kyoko, you stand up for yourself.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
That is what they're saying.
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a
Also
trap
true.
the mastermind has laid for us.
It is.
A trap?
Because I know who that dead body is.
Far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time. Stop wasting energy. You really think your little trick
There's
is
only
gonna work?
one person with nails like that
Shut up,
that
you.
we've seen.
You got it, boss. Shutting up now.
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Oh?
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko?
I mean,
But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
That was her motive?
She had a motive.
it's a
and no
solid
alibi.
motive.
Then I think
but-
it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
Makoto, you need to talk about clues you
I'm not
found,
the
man.
only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Also true.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
Also true.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Yep. Certain something at the scene was used to cover the body. Could it have been? It was a tarp, and the tarp was used. Wait, where the fuck is it? There it is. Hey!
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that.
That's also true.
Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean.
That's how tarps work.
This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
Plausible.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Fabricate the time
Most
of death.
likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place.
What I just said.
In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Fuck. Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now. Yeah, don't think about that right now. Tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body...
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
There's a knife and blood in it. Can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. Yeah? Have to refute what Kyoko said. One, there would be blood on the inside of the tarp. Which means the blood probably happened afterward.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side was the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water.
Dang it. That's not what I wanted. Just want to tell you about the knife that there's blood.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
Oh, the body before the thing. There we go. Jesus.
Dirty on one side because the spring, but the underside, it was totally spotless, right? That's because that side was protected from the water.
No. Using logic, and my logic is failing me.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side was the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless.
It's because that side was protected from the... Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
Oh, it's probably that one.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it.
So the reason the tarp was because the sprinkler,
But the underside of it was totally spotless.
because that side was protected since it was facing down toward the... Of course it didn't get dirty.
There we go. Jesus. It's my Phoenix right brain all over again.
Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it.
It is, because the body was stabbed.
Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you.
He did say that.
If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Which means the blood was placed there afterwards.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they used it.
And it'd be wet on both sides.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Mm-hmm. Blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
Yep.
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office.
They could have. That's not what happened.
Fumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
Yeah, and then he died.
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Mm-hmm. Or this fucking chicken.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
It was.
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
Yeah.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood?
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
You know what, Nina? You're spitting.
You're
right.
if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right?
Yep.
But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that
Yeah.
certainly is strange.
Yeah, okay. You got me there.
Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so.
You know what? That's a detail. Oh.
No, the head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
The coat was lying over
Then
it.
that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping. What settles what?
Oh,
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off,
this is true.
but the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp.
Yep.
Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us
That's
to
fair.
think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
Mm-hmm. That seems plausible.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible.
The thing
that
is, they
murder
had to move the
happened earlier.
bomb.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
Mm-hmm.
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Okay.
But still,
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no, I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
Damn, got me.
that's not.
Damn, got my
Don't bother
ass.
saying it's not possible.
I must admit,
Got him.
Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
And suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? Don't understand. The disguised dead body has been added to the truth bullets section in your handbook.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one.
We are.
Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
True.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it?
Either one of us.
Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Hero, that's how everybody dies.
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Oh?
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
One we found stuck in the body before it
Was the
exploded,
one
right?
inside my room.
According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before.
We did.
That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they gave the knife to me.
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
Mm-hmm.
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
I did.
Yeah. Then why did you hide that fact?
Boy,
It's not
Makoto,
that I
you're
hid
dumb.
it. It's just.
It's just they were in my room being weird. Couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The
Very.
knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Uh-oh. Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Our argument: disguised dead body, exploded body analysis, fragments near the dead body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body. It's the same one we gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
No.
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
Oh, isn't it definitely the bomb? Break steps, the coat was put on after the tarp was removed, which means a knife was thrust through the coat into the body.
The knife we found, it's the same one. It really is, isn't it?
If he did have that seals it. Just because I had that automatic?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
God damn it. Here's where we're probably gonna have to redo this case.
It's the same one we gave to him. It really is, isn't it?
If he did have that seals it. Just because I had that automatic? Well,
Getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
What the fuck?
shoot.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
Let me see here. What other bullets do we have? Fragments, this guy's dead body.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that seals it. Just because I had that automatic?
Well, getting stabbed, so there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
Actually, hold on. Murder took place before the sprinklers, blah, blah. Later, they removed it. This jacket had been previously treated with blood to make it look like a corpse. So could it be... What?
The knife we found, it's the same one we can get.
It's the getting stabbed part that's wrong.
If he did have that seals it. Just because I had that automatic? Well,
Getting stabbed.
Also, couldn't you just look at the Monokuma file where it says that it wasn't stabbed? Like, that's not how they died. Also, there's a blunt trauma to the head.
Hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro.
Yeah.
That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it,
You're
right?
already dead.
In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body.
That's true.
Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Yep.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
Nope. Victim was stabbed twice in the same spot. No, there's no way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see. Isn't it in the Monokuma file it says it? They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went through the body.
I got it!
Yep, and then a bunch of old
The
wounds.
Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
One stab.
Oh yeah, it sure did. I totally forgot about that.
And the knife,
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer.
True.
They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing.
Yep.
explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her.
Yep.
It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward.
Yep.
They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Yep. Because you couldn't get a full autopsy of the body.
Hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but
Mm-hmm.
what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
There's motion triggers.
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
Also true,
I'll
Hina.
tell ya, I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
Okay,
I
Hero.
might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Yup.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
Yaki, just fucking say it then. Oh, well, there we go.
I got it!
It was a
After the
dam.
explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right?
Mm-hmm. We did. It was the bomb we took out of
reveals the
Monokuma.
cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural. Because, of course,
Yep.
we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma.
So we did.
It's part of a bomb.
Oh, then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto.
Mm-hmm.
And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on
Hmm.
a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
We don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate. Concentrate. My brain isn't gonna get it. But here we go. Monokuma file number 5. Okay.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah, she was already totally dead when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right?
Mhm.
There's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that,
It was.
the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was a cover-up, and all those other wounds on her body weren't fresh. It's only leaves.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah, she was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me.
Oh yeah.
No, I need that.
That's gotta be it.
First,
More than that,
I need
the
to
victim
take
had
that.
suffered countless wounds across her entire.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't me. There's only one other
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
What? Isn't that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Shoot!
Uh-oh. I'm too dumb.
Then, shall we continue the debate?
What does the Monokuma file say? Body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for
Well, yeah.
and it wasn't even.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like the wounds is the part that we need to press on.
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Oh. Alright, hold on. Hold on, we're down to our last life.
Then shall we continue the victim's fatal
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
It's been a while since we've actually failed the case, so...
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed you
And more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't even. And then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Nope, it isn't that. Alright. Failed. Nobody believes me. No one wants to hear what I have to say. Alright, we gotta restart that. Blut. Yes, let's give it another shot. Because we suck at putting these clues together. Okay.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. Yes.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it.
Oh, that's the contradiction. I see it. Because it could have been the knife that caused the multiple wounds. Okay. Alright. I see the logic. I saw the logic afterwards.
That's gotta be it. There was evidence that
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire
We don't. Oh, never mind. Maybe that isn't it. I hate this.
Shall we continue? The victim's fatal.
The explosion didn't kill.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't even.
Frame too small.
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Then shall we continue? The victim's fatal.
The explosion didn't kill her for
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't even.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Gotta be it.
And more
wait.
than that,
I'm
the
thinking about the
victim
other way around.
Countless wounds across her entire.
Had it the other way around.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's
Fatal injury has yet to be determined.
Mind, it wasn't that way.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't even.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be it.
And more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
then shall we continue? The victim's fatal.
The explosion didn't kill.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't even.
Oh, damn it. I missed the knife.
That's gotta be it.
And more than that, the victim
Now, I
suffered
feel like now we're just throwing things at the wall to see if they stick.
Then shall we
Because,
continue? The
boy,
victim's fatal.
I don't know what I'm supposed to use here.
Yeah. She was up.
And it wasn't even because of the knife, right?
It wasn't the knife.
Then shall we continue the victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well,
Yeah.
Ah,
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
probably the back of the head injury. I mean, probably.
There was evidence that showed she was hit on
But the thing is, I don't have anything connecting that to being the cause of death.
then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't even.
I mean, it could be.
That's gotta be it.
See? I have nothing to connect to. That's the part where I'm having issues where I'm like, I don't...
Then shall we consider the victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah.
Unless they want me to take...
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's my issue with a lot of these games. Is that, like, you might have the right conclusion,
The victim had suffered
but then
countless wounds across
just
her
getting to that step of what they want you to use is the part that usually fucks me up.
The victim's
Fatal injury has yet to be.
Okay, there we go. We had to apply the other way around. Dumb.
Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
They were not fresh
Oh
wounds.
yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
Probably.
What was the murder weapon? The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well,
It
maybe
would.
they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
Be weird.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power.
Also true.
I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks.
Coco,
I
you
bet
weirdo.
Just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground, and spit on it.
Coco, calm down. You're at an 11 again.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
Alright.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
Coco,
So what was
11.
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
Not at all. Oh. Yeah.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something. And
Byakuya, you
that's what killed her.
don't you don't pay me enough for this? Yeah, right.
And that
Contributing
something
nothing.
was
Byakuya
the
just contributing a
titanium
whole
arrow
lot
we
of nothing.
found in the locker in the dojo.
An arrow. That's what the Cobra attacked Mukuro with?
Ah.
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird. Hey!
Oh, it's weird.
How dare you
I put my
backtalk,
cup down and then
Master?
like water
You
splashed back at me. I'm like, what the
know
fuck?
what? I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hima for doubting it, because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret. The bloody duct tape, the woodblock key.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right?
It
I
was.
have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it
Mhm.
said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right?
Yeah?
It seems like an arrow would just be too thin. Talking back to Master! You have no right!
If it was just the titanium arrow, it would have been it wouldn't be nearly thick enough. Which is why they used.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
How big is this woodblock key? I don't think that's it, but and then we got the bloody duct tape. There's traces of blood on it. It's assumed it's related to the case, but nobody can imagine how. Okay. Oh, as if they like...
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
That's why they duct taped them all
I've seen
together.
on a code
Okay.
file.
Alright.
It said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe. It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
No, that's wrong.
Ugh. I got water on my nose now.
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
They did.
Another weapon?
They did.
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape.
There was.
The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together.
Then bonk them.
Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak. You put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? You even listening?
Oh boy.
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon.
It does.
As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
He hasn't.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
We do have proof.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to.
Uh-oh.
The death of us all, remember?
Yeah, fuck it.
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence? Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo. Must be connected to the dojo locker. Yeah, we have the key.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is... right here. The key to the dojo.
So that doesn't mean that it couldn't have been planted.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending
Brother,
her,
you need to
aren't
tell
you?
them that someone snuck in your room.
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just...
You gotta tell
there's
them.
one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something.
You do sneak into his
Last
room.
night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? And does that mean she could have. She knew I was being attacked. She came to my rescue. Yeah, probably. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm
Nope.
warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Byakuya should know better than anyone. Yeah. Because they had Kyoko's key. So Kyoko couldn't get into their room.
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
He's not the killer.
You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
No. Wait, Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, right? Which would mean...
Those words you just spoke.
Thank you for your hit, Makoto.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated it. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand.
Master would never.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Damn it. Here we go again. Here we go again. Which piece goes to what?
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya,
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo and then left the locker key in my own room, correct?
Nope.
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand.
Master would never.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Is that what you're
Alright.
You said I hid and then left the but could I really have done that?
Alright.
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna
what
get
I
the
said.
worst rating
I'm
on
not
this
the
case.
killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
No, I didn't mean to do that. I forgot that it uses it. Alright. Let that restart.
I refuse to give up yet.
Yep, this is gonna be the one. This is gonna be the trial where we're gonna do a lot of restarts. There's gonna be a lot of me brute forcing my brain through this.
Those words you just...
Exactly. I'm not the. You should understand. Master would never.
There's proof that you are. Is that what you're saying?
You stated it. You said I hid and then left the but could I really have done that?
Those words you just...
The other thing is like
I'm not the. You should understand.
grabbing
There's
grabbing clues from further in the conversation and then having to go all the way back through to fast forward.
Could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly.
I'm not the killer.
Well,
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
fuck.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you... Is that what you're saying?
You stated it. You said I hid the evidence and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya,
Master with me,
there's proof that you aren't the culprit.
There we go. Jesus. It's the other way. Half the time, I just have to flip what I'm actually thinking about. There we go.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able...
Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
Yeah.
I see. So that's what you meant.
Mm-hmm.
I had the key to your room.
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without
True.
my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko told us, an obvious lie. This just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning in what Kyoko said earlier? This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us. Yeah, right? Mastermind's trap. The trap is trying to trap Kyoko? But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I do? Mastermind's trap. The victim was Mukuro? Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? Mastermind's trap. We gotta trust Kyoko. We know danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Oh, dude, I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. Do we pursue it? Well, I mean, yeah, the biggest risky thing to do would be to pursue it. Fuck it, we pursue it.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Yeah. Kyoko is definitely lying, and it must be because some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden. Kyoko's account. What is Kyoko's account? Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool, which grants access to any room in the school, to sneak into the second floor of the dorms. This area seems to have no monitors or security cameras. Yep.
Because I've given it to Byakuya.
They did.
There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
You could have used the master key.
No. Kyoko could have gotten into her room.
Mm-hmm.
You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school, which means
True.
she could have used it to get into her own room.
Also
And I
true.
guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it. So I lost.
Oh.
That's all this means.
Huh?
Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up.
Oh. Well, we're gonna have to redo
I'm
that.
sorry to say, but your time is up. All done, all finished. The class trial is off.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
Yeah.
It's because you were late. So the trial started late and time
That's not a
ran
thing.
out.
That's a made-up
So
rule.
then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you.
Just like that.
But I guess we
If you
already
press
know who the
Kyoko on
legend
it,
is,
that's it.
don't we?
Well, shit. Good job, you got it right. Brilliantly right. Got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer? But something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. Yeah, like why is it ending like that? Kyoko!
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
Is everybody ready? Okay then.
Let's give it everything we've got.
Yeah.
It's
The fact that it's
punishment
breaking
time.
the normal trial rules means that this probably isn't the way it's supposed to go. Also, we didn't use like half of our clues. Yeah, nope, this was literally just a trap to get Kyoko. Yeah, we're gonna have to redo this trial. Akuma. Oh, thank you for the lurk, Peasant Killer. I appreciate it. Onokuma, why are you teaching about that? Oh, there she goes. That's how the class trial for Mukuro Ikusaba came to an end. It's not to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent, or, regardless, the truth was lost forever, even for me. I had to stop thinking about it. It was the end of Mukuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. The fuck? Peace, but only inside the school. Peace, but only for us. That was the only hope we had. Hope. Hope. Hope? This is hope?
No! This isn't right!
Yeah, Makoto. Huh?
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Ah, okay, they just reset you. That's cool. Oh, that's right, I have to... I expose Kyoko's lie or not. You don't. You spend all your time trying to avoid danger. Yep. Not wrong. I have to think about this carefully. What do I do? We got to let it go. Made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be a secret here. Something that has to do with Mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. It was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
Yeah.
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of
course, I have an
Yeah,
alibi.
but Byakuya has
From
an alibi.
nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Yep.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
Mm-hmm.
There's only one other possibility I can think of.
Monokuma.
Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
Oh?
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second.
Oh.
Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Lugaro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial.
Uh-huh.
Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
Oh?
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
Yeah, right?
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time.
That makes no sense.
So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
Watch my score fucking plummet. Yep. Ugh. Oh, we got an A. Nice.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Hey,
knows?
Hold on. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
It was Makoto. Uh-oh. What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job.
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense. It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Chills.
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I... Yoko,
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
uh-oh. Yoko?
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
Oh, okay. Makoto has been found guilty. Time for punishment. Uh-oh. Now we're dying. Is it the same death scene just with Makoto instead? Huh. Yeah, it just seems like the same death scene, but just with Makoto instead. And Makoto teaching about the birds and the bees. Does that mean that we have to run away during that part? Oh! Hey! It's Alter Ego. Just, what? Uh-oh. Well, now we're falling. Huh? What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter Ego. Alter Ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell, I don't believe this. It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. That's the stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. Waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's an even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all this? Just what the hell is going on?
calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words,
Now, it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. Where do we wake up? The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. It's the beginning of the game. There are two things you need to attend this school. One, you have to already be attending high school, and two, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. That's me. Huh? And then I woke up. What? Where am I? Woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Oh hey. Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. Yeah, because you're in, like, the dumpster, man. I was in a vast dark cavern, with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. What the a heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I gonna be stuck in there and like till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Look at Alter Ego, angry. Alter Ego saved me. And then he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. He did. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friends. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up, to start looking for a way out of here. Yeah, what do we got? This is a desk? It's probably the one that fell down here with me. This? That's a rocket. And a tank? Better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. What's this? A plane? Is that an airplane? How did something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? Well, gotta check the door, I guess. Locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't gonna be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decide to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Yep. Next, I search for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink? Which ones are all around bad idea? Again, pointless. True. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. That's still not enough reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. You know what, Makoto? Good mentality. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. True. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left. After not being able to eat or drink, I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. All I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. A crunch. What the? Strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. It's trash. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed in odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? What's in this garbage? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? Carefully stretched out my hand towards whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
It's Kyoko. Hey! Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. Oh. Give her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. That bread and water was in the trash. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. I mean, you could have just put a bunch of food and drinks inside of a trash bag, just thrown that in the garbage, and it would have ended up to him in either way. And then you could have put yourself in a garbage bag and thrown it with it. That way, it's in its own separate garbage bag. You didn't have to mix it with actual trash. Whew, that really hit the spot. Now that I got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. True. It just means that Makoto is a very resilient boy. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me? To pay a debt. Or no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason I had to survive no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive,
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did once. Once? Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot, but that's... They did say that. They have amnesia. Unless they got their memories back or relearned what they had to do. Then, is it true? You lost your memory.
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school? The first thing? You're talking about when we fainted, right? True. I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school. I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. I don't know what my ult is. Where's my ult? Shit's on cooldown. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying that you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plans. So, the mastermind just stole them from you? They're fucking with your head.
However...
And it could also mean, somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that, and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. True. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? Also true. Mastermind, one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. True. In that case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memories by herself. Also true.
However...
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. True. But why me? Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but I see. Your intuition was right though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind. Poor Makoto, just getting dunked on. This far into the game, Makoto's just getting dunked on by everyone. Like, oh, this boring ass motherfucker? Nah, he can't make plans for himself. Nah, fuck this dude. This most fucking wafer ass, vanilla ass motherfucker. This kid? Nah. Man's the ultimate beta male. You're not wrong. Knights, you're not wrong. The ultimate beta male. Yeah, Makoto, ultimate beta male. Lucky student, couldn't be. Let's see.
I understand.
Makoto, you do understand.
Understand everything.
Yeah.
My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
You know what? That's fair. It's like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
Listen.
You okay? Oh, yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey.
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
Correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. Yeah, Kyoko be like that. You said you had a reason for doing all the investigating on your own. So, how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So...
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. Who are you, the ultimate detective? The ultimate logic solver? You mentioned your ability. My ability, what everyone should have known what everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. Wow! Yeah, shocker. Shocker. Kyoko, the ultimate detective? I didn't know. The ultimate detective? The ultimate detective.
Correct.
The reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy. There was someone I had to find here in the school. Who was it? You had to find someone. Who?
So...
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. Oh, that's a shocker. What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad? Kyoko's Otosan? Is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Then that explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. Huh? No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on? Yeah, right? My memory hadn't come back at that point. But when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However...
Does make sense. But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear, so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the headmaster, but I didn't say that to protect him. True. I only said that I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. Oh! I found it in the headmaster's room along with Mukuro's profile and that key. A map to your heart. No. No, Bob, clearly it isn't a map to the heart. No, this isn't the rom-com. But it could be. But it could be. Map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Okay. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check. A map, yeah, totally is the ultimate rom-com. If this is the ultimate rom-com, I'd be worried. If we were in a rom-com right now, this would totally be when we kiss. Yeah, right. It's just Kyoko coming up to Makoto like, Makoto, I love you. Also, if I were a worm, would you still love me? No, it'd be horrible. I assume that if that were true, the room would most likely hold more clues. So I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However,
He did. But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean? I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get the chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important. And really ominous. Sounds important and really ominous. Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. That's true. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
however,
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi, so then who did kill her?
anyway,
True. What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed? Yes,
Indeed.
Makoto. I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me. True. That's true. That's what a killer would say. That's true. We are here, Kana. That was the point of the class trial. It was? Makoto. Keep up pace, man. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
that's
True.
right.
I missed my favorite Kyoko sprite in the game. the panic Kyoko sprite. Exactly. The ramen one? Yeah, that's a pretty good one. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope Speak Academy at your discretion. With minimal
In other
restrictions.
words,
Makoto is denser than a cube of tungsten. Not wrong. Mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. Mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules. Yes, Makoto. The ultimate dunce cap? Yeah, right? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
hey,
Almost like they might be a student. There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. Me? I could have become the victim? Yes, Makoto.
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean Right here. Gotcha! During the night? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. Kyoko, that is the dumbest, most edgelord thing I've heard you say this entire game. Can you hear them? This sounds the god of death. Like, Kyoko, calm down. Calm down. You're at an 11, Kyoko. You need to bring it down to like a 6 or a 7. You need to level with Makoto a bit. Yeah, what? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this.
Anyway.
Boy, oh boy. On to the sound of the god of death. Calm down there, L. Calm down there. Do you want sweets with that? Do you want to sit on a chair all weird with your feet up? Oh, man. Do you want to dig into a bag of potato chips and then eat it? Oh, God. Kyoko just immediately lost points for me just for saying that. Like, wow. That's so edgy. Nah, that's just Ryuk looking for apples. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's Makoto. I need art of Makoto as Light. And then Ryuk is just Kyoko telling Makoto things going on in the school. Just Kyoko being like, ah, yeah, that guy totally did it. Oh, man. That's the Danganronpa fan art I need right now. Just a recreation of Light and Ryuk from Death Note, but it's Kyoko and Makoto. Oh, fuck. Whew. Which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms, and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. Kyoko would also give nonsense reasons why it's them. True. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room. I'm gonna gotcha! I ran to your room, and I saw what was happening. They intervened immediately, of course.
However,
that wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to... whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. True. It all has to be the work of the mastermind, in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right? True.
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. True. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right? Mm-hmm.
Correct.
You're right, that is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. True. Everything they said is a contradiction. So what does it all mean? Thank you, Makoto.
In other words,
it means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered. True. Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. Just a little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There is no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not.
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about what happened a year ago the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair? A despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're, with no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. True. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Chapter 5. 100-Mile Dash. The Pain of a Junk Food Junkie. The end. 6 people remaining. To be continued. Hey. You received the Dream Island rocket present. Do you want to save data? Yeah. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. The same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the Mastermind's true identity. Yeah, fuck those guys. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now... Now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room? Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. It can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
That's right. Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? We should. Let's look at things real quick. I don't think we necessarily need to, but I'm gonna. See if there's anything interesting we can get. Alright, door. Door time. Hey Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took the key with Monokuma's design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then, click. Yes, it opened.
Indeed.
Now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. But where do we end up? Finally, we were finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Chapter 6. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Deadly life. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. We did. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. Insert your snake eater memes right here. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Gasp. The area under her skirt is space. Bob, why are you looking up this teenage girl's skirt? You leave that girl alone. Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said it, I'm getting kind of nervous. True. Kyoko's so thick, she's literally space. Almost pointing at it. You're not wrong. The game is kind of just shoving it in your face. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off of it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? True. How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So, because we take pride in it.
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things. To do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society, which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. I guess that's a way to put it. You're not wrong, but I guess. A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. And it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because like I said, it's our source of pride. So that explains it. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. True. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However...
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak, it was because that's how much you want to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that. True, Makoto.
What?
You're not wrong. Reconnect. I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However...
There is something I want to say to him, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Ooh. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young, so I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He was talented. He had a promising future.
However...
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument. And as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he wouldn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I mean, not necessarily, but maybe would it be? I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression, so I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. True. You guys are having a bonding moment. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing. There's one thing that I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me, even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. That's fair, Kyoko. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I had to find him and have to tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family. To cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. True. Very true, Kyoko. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey,
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Spittin', Kyoko. Fucking, you right? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that. Didn't know how to respond. Yeah. Fucking Kyoko over there, you know, waxing poetically. So instead, I said nothing. Better choice, Makoto. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Yeah, let's get there. Wait, is this the lock on in the trash room? Looks like this is it.
indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should be open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached up my right hand and pushed against the hatch. Hatch opened with ease, and so... Hey, there we are. Looks like we're back.
Phew.
But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. Can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thanks to you, I never would have... Oh, Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. True. We wouldn't have. We would have been stuck there, we would have died. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So, now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course. But if the mastermind finds out, I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might.
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
however,
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. You're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind isn't the one that's ensnared. Mastermind is ensnared. Yeah, you said something like that before. What does it mean?
so
Mastermind stood exposed during the investigation to the Mukuro. Oh, the mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. True. There was?
right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. It'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. True. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
No. Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Should be. Let's get going. Let's go, Kyoko. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, bum, bum, bum. Doobie-doobie-doobie-boo. Ja. Also, can we get a copy of that map? I want a copy of the real school map. Hey. Kyoko, I don't mind so much. But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are you really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do? If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. Now I gotta punish you again. This time I won't leave anything to chance. Yoko! Do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing. If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right? Huh? I lose? You, explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
because
Well, you set up the latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me. Blah.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person could protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation, no more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of being that. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you'd killed it. True.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did. True.
Listen to me.
But executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto? True.
Well,
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't. We can't. Don't just say it like that. But we can't. What is this, a comedy routine? Make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there's only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
what the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. True. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what's this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair.
There we go.
Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? Fair trial, one last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. For what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for bear jokes. Now that you've suggested might be possible. Oh, now what you suggested might be possible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
In other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out, or will despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. You agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
You guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right. Every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely
that'll be
contain
enough to
myself.
qualify as a victory for you. Balls aren't bears, they're marsupials. They have a couch.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of the school,
You guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
If we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out. I
Hey.
can't either. But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. One more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another... when one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that, for sure. So what?
Hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And that it's a true statement? You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception for that. Mukuro's trial is no exception, then it's part of regulations? Which would mean that whoever killed Mukuro... It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to make a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
Now
I'm done talking.
very angry!
I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You're really letting me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto, let's go. Okay, here we go. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. Just like that, we're out of the gym. We gotta get the gang back together. We gotta go get everybody else. Knock on their fucking room doors. Tell them to wake the fuck up. I could hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Once again, we are in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
However,
You're damn right, Makoto. Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. True that. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
because
It's because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So, when was it that the mastermind let their guard down?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
They did say that. And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable. I mean, with the right equipment and the right know-how, anything's kind of possible in that situation. Also, it's not hard to take over the airwaves if there were no other airwaves that are happening at the time. Which is how that works. So, yeah, makes sense.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
Yet somehow, the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason.
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They did. They wanted to show the world.
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words.
True. So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. True. But why?
Correct.
Prove a point, most likely. It is why you do things like that. To prove a point? Because I mean, like, if it wasn't for the broadcast, then the mastermind could have just killed people if they wanted to kill people.
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair, the mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and improve that despair is better than hope. True, that is what they're trying to do. That's their goal as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
True.
You're right, it is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. Yeah, the mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored the rules, this would have been a game. This wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter. Exactly. True. That's exactly what would happen, Kyoko.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. True. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us. That's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
Indeed.
Yep, that is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules, to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yeah, but even that didn't work. Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire world outside, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair was better than hope, they had to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words.
True. It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they'd violated their own regulation. True. I mean, if there are no rules to the game, what's the point of playing the game? But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
However,
well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet. True, you're making an educated guess. But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. Let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I hadn't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion. True, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. True. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However.
Yeah, pathetic ass Makoto. Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
Correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There is no option except win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however.
Is that really possible? Huh?
Anyway,
right now we have to go find the others.
shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go? We should. Got anything else to say, Kyoko?
Anyway.
First, you better go find the others. Oh, that's not the exit. There we go. Let's all go and check it out. We gotta go check on their room. Byakuya, are you in here? This is Byakuya's room. Is he inside?
Hey,
I don't think he's here. Come on, we need to keep looking. You in here, Toko?
hey,
I don't think she's here. We need to keep looking. None of them are going to be in the room, I'm guessing. There's Hina. This is Hina's room. Is she inside?
hey.
So I'm guessing they're all probably together someplace.
Hey,
Alright, then in that case... Dining hall? But I could just check the map and go that way. And suddenly we were greeted with... Oh! You again. Uh-oh? There's just a fucking... an IP address there? Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Jeez, what the heck?
However,
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Is that Makoto?
It's the rest of them.
Guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it.
It's our
That's
friendos.
Makoto.
It's our Tomodachis. Our Nakama.
You survived?
Jeez, you're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Yes, here I'm a ghost. I'm here to haunt you for being a dick. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away. Shoo, shoo. And in a flash, my tears dried up. Said, ew, Makoto, you stink. Ew, stinky boy.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what I have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. Last class trial?
In other words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of her doing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it. Like I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course, it's not me or any of you.
Huh?
Then, who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro? The mastermind
That's
killed Mukuro. That's right. It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time, and did what he had to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
Spotted the trap. You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? Make it sound like it was easy. I just,
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Doesn't that mean they really did break the rules? True. They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of that last trial. You said, now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again, later.
Mhm.
So, knowing all of this, what do we do?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind. But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time, and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You probably guessed it already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies. Everyone? Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible. Byakuya just wants to get away from Toko as fast as possible. Anyway, at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say. But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mukuro and all the school's mysteries, it's a pretty friggin' tall order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. The only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Yep. Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Huh? But why?
So in other words,
If the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in this school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he would have disguised the scene like that.
in other words,
According to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the mastermind is... It's one of the 16. There were 15 of us in the main... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Look at fucking Taka over there. No, pan it over back to Taka one more time. Also, shout out to Junko. Junko and Taka, my two big faves, both dead. Add in Mukuro, and you get 16. So then the mastermind would have to be one of them.
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. True. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair. So they must be a high schooler. But you can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret. I don't care how sneaky you are, we would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right.
Unless it's someone that didn't need to sneak away. Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. Yeah, they just macroed it. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. True. What? Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still. Ding dong, bing bong.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode.
Tight.
So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school.
Let's go.
Wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
I want to know. How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
Time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can only rely on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility. Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left from the dining hall. Master, he didn't take me with him?
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or coffee. Just a cup? You're totally useless. So bye. That Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Oh boy. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves? What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing. I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know. But up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. You weren't wrong. You were kind of just attached to Sakura's hip for majority of it. And then, when you actually were useful, you kind of went on a tirade. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto! That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
Okay.
So I figure there's at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us all out, help us all get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it on my own, all on my own. Okay, see you later. Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
Indeed. What up, Kyoko? What's good? So, you're gonna go off on your own too, right? Right,
However-
Kyoko? Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're doing our own searches separately, doesn't mean we can't still work together.
So,
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigation, or doing our own investigating, doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. That's true. That's how I see it. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
so then,
But I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can investigate all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto.
Makoto, no matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. Or die trying. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. But that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of this school. And then we can all escape together. Why did you just say that last part out loud, Makoto? I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? Guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the biolab, the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and the second floor dorms where the gate was down before. That should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that were connected to the murder, which means the garden, the dojo. Yep. Places to check. We have a checklist. Well, I know where I want to go first. We're probably not going to get to all of these tonight, but we're definitely doing this. The gate is open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means we have to do it. Yeah, this is the hallway I want to see. This is the second floor. This is the second floor of the dorms? Looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield, like a bomb blew up here or something. Okay, we got rubble here. Who's in this room? There was a bed, there's some blood on it. This bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore, it's just garbage. Nice. Anything in your bathroom over here? Open the door just a crack and glance inside and immediately close it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. So nothing in here. Bunch of rubble. Leave the area? Yep. We got bathrooms. This is the girls' bathroom. Even in a place like this, I can't bring myself to go in. Makoto, just go in the goddamn bathroom. There's nothing in here. This bathroom is still pristine. There's a giraffe on a locker here. This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. Can't imagine any way to get the locker open. Not even gonna bother trying. Wonder if I can open this locker. Rattle, rattle. Nope, locked. There's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you can get into the locker. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. You have to use your e-handbook to open those up. So does that mean, well, let's just give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran across the card reader. And then, no luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. Well, we know that none of these are our lockers. Wonder if I can open the locker. Nope. Yeah, one of these has to be our locker. I'm assuming. Big assumption, but that's what I'm assuming. Looks like this locker's already broken. Alright, so we got this locker here. I mean, we also know a place where there's a bunch of other handbooks we can use. Like, that's the thing that's getting me, is that clearly, I mean, if none of these open up, then, you know, it'd be what it be. But I feel like there would have to be a reason why some of these are torn apart and why some of these are still, like some of these are forcibly opened and some of them are locked down and stuff. Like, there has to be a reason, right? Yep, no luck. There's this one over here. Let's make sure there's nothing else, right? Okay. Maybe we can grab some of those other ebooks and use those. Okay, there's this room. Oh, what a nice room. This room doesn't feel like a student's room. This is more like, this has more of a adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room. Yoga.
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Oh, a regret? There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the Ultimate Despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. We might be able to get some info on the Ultimate Despair, maybe.
However,
There's not much though. Nothing we don't already
in
know.
other words,
The Ultimate Despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. The group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst They're the worst sorts of people, whose driving force comes from despair.
however,
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get on our hands.
correct.
I see. That's a good outlook to have. The Ultimate Despair. What is it trying to point at? Lance, is it the computer? Alright, let's just talk to Kyoko. Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. I probably shouldn't bother her. A leather chair. Can't imagine a student using something like this. Must have been the headmaster's. Yeah, probably.
It would seem... However, in other words...
Yep,
However,
same information. And then we got this door over here. Huh? There's a strange gap in the wall. Is it some kind of design mistake or a construction defect or something?
So...
There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out.
Indeed.
Breeze? There's most likely an open space on the other side of this wall. Open space? Does that mean... You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. How do I open it? You know how to open it. Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However,
I don't have a clue to what the password might be. All we know is that it's probably made up of letters and or numbers, and we can't really go from there. You're right, it's not nearly enough to go
it's
on.
true.
Watch, like the password is like Kyoko with like the O's being zeros. I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. If Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just trying to think of what the password might be. Sure, she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Well, we're gonna try it. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay, in that case, here goes nothing. Kyoko. I collected myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling. As I finished typing it, beep, here we go. What? That did it! Kyoko, it worked! I don't like this answer.
why?
Why indeed? Kyoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. Kyoko. Oh, Kyoko. Hey, Kyoko? I may not even have... Well, I may as well not have even been in the room. Her gaze was only fixed on one thing. Oh, birthday present. Present? Wrapped and covered in such joy? That's what made it so unusual. Now we're looking at everything else. Okay, now you want me to check the... Come on. Kyoko, open the present, please. She was right. It was unusual. You couldn't stop looking at it. No, not just looking, glaring. It's fair. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should I open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why? You think it's dangerous? It's the dad's head in the box. No, not dangerous. But surprising. But surprising, probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so... You know what's in there?
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Is it actually the dad's head? Hold on. Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath, and then took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside, and... Yoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones! Human bones! It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What? It's her dad! Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones. Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box. Those bones. That body. That's my father. Or at least, what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for? Yeah. Hold on. How can you know that for sure? How do you know? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we have already, it's the only possible answer. So that's the same person that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in the school right now. It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough fun. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. Yeah, which means that there are no adults, which means her dad wouldn't be here. Or is already dead. Alter Ego said that the mastermind was probably here in the school. The only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume.
In other words...
that most likely, my father was in this school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Yeah. Or no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong. Yeah. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. No, Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. This filing cabinet seems like the kind of place you'd find a clue. I should take a closer look. I don't think Kyoko would like some stranger like me touching her dad's stuff.
Hey.
It's fine. Check whatever you want. Are you sure? Okay then. I went through each drawer one by one, starting from the top. All I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well?
It's just because he didn't have anything else. Damn. True. He couldn't have inherited our family business, our legacy. Instead, he left it all behind.
Now,
if he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. Maybe. Huh? This picture? Aw. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko! Oh.
Why would you...
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free from the past, and yet... to now find something like this? So what do you expect me to do now? And I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Yeah. Why? What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. And we have this little desk over here. The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey,
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like.
because...
Are you sure? Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Okay. Okay, then if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But the last drawer... What's that? Huh? Is this? It's an e-handbook, right? It has a label on it that says, in case of emergency. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words...
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think you're probably right. It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? Huh? But Kyoko? I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay? Now we gotta open up all the fucking lockers. Let's go.
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Huh? Can I ask you a favor? Yeah? A favor? What is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but...
Hey.
Could you leave? Huh?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I'd just like to be alone for a bit. Oh, Kyoko. Don't worry, I'm fine. You're not fine, but okay. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
Need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the fact of what happened, what I went through. These are true statements. That probably can't be solved so easily. You're right. I'm sorry. True.
Anyway.
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Take as much time as you need, Kyoko. Okay, I understand. Then, I'll see you later. Later, Kyoko. I'm gonna go open up all of those fucking lockers. Is she really okay? Kyoko must have been... it must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. Find out what happened to the headmaster? There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. It's a lot of different ways to say that motherfucker's dead. Yep. Man in his 30s, somewhere in the school right now. Well, he was in the school alright. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind, which means the mastermind's true identity is... It means it's one of the 16. "15 of us met in the main hall. Add Mukuro to the mix and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead." They all ate shit. My boy Taka. Even Mukuro. Just like, yep, there they are. Even she's undeniably dead. So the ones still alive are... me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be it. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. Okay, that's everything, right? the meantime, let's go open up that those lockers. I wonder if I can open this locker. Well, let's just give it a try. I took up my handbook, ran across. No luck. Wait, but what about the emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Well, let's give it one more try. Thank you, Makoto. Beep. Alright, just what I was hoping for. Now, let's see what we've got inside. Is this our shit? This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This hero's locker? This is a crystal ball. Huh? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. It's a deck of playing cards. No, they're tarot cards. But wait, aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? Look at all these fucking textbooks crammed here. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order. And dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuffed this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. But the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of easiness I may have had evaporated. Yep, this hero's. What? There's no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? It is that hero. The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes. Which would mean he attended classes here? No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. And we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had a chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? This is true. That's not what I want. What about the rest of these lockers then? I don't see anything that might be a clue. Okay. Took the emergency handbook. Yep. Oh! This thing is practically empty. What's that? It's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But there's something written inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting. And all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Huh? I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. Ah, he was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. Point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world, to serve as the foundation of a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he said he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. Can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko, it couldn't be anyone else. But if this belonged to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. Apparently she's already seen him. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. Yep, their father. What does this all mean? That means y'all don't remember shit. I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. Like, what if it isn't just her? What if everybody has amnesia? When I reached the last page, the question marks spinning through my head just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? A locker pocketbook. But the more I see, the less it makes sense. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko? There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. I have to believe in everyone. We do have to believe in everyone. Don't see anything that could become a clue. I'm gonna open every single one of these. I think those are the two major clues we need to find, but I'm gonna open all of them. Is that? Can't imagine any way of getting this locker open. Alright. So we got Hero's locker. All these, those are all empty. Or didn't have clues in them. Let's check back in on Kyoko real quick. Kyoko, you good? There's all kinds of stuff I want to talk to her about, but better give her some more time. Alright, we're giving her more time. There's still an exclamation point on the headmaster's private room. Now we looked at everything already, right? Yeah, nothing else. Alright. Let's see. Let's check one more area, then we'll probably call the stream after that. Where was the other locked place? It was the... Yeah, we had the data center. We also had the headmaster's office. Let's check... Since we're on the whole headmaster kick, let's check the headmaster's office first. Jesus. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this is my first time seeing it for myself. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. Yeah, but what do we got here? What documents are these? There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes you feel anxious. There are trophies and even a shield in the display. There's a monitor here. Even in the headmaster's room, there's a monitor. Yeah, there's also a camera here. Even in the headmaster's room, there's a surveillance camera. The bookshelf seems well made. It's filled with files and thick books. And what is this?
Come on.
Hey, Makoto. Are you ignoring me? You think I'll forgive that just because you're you? Let me get out of here. Remember this moment. Alright, sure. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? Yeah, sure. Sure, show off, Byakuya. Sure, I guess. What do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class 78 student registry. It contains profiles for all of us, and Mukuro.
So, in other words...
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. Wait, we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room. It ripped out from there. That's right. It also mentioned Class 78. It did. This must be where Kyoko got that page. Since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers.
In other words...
There can be no doubt. Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. True. It seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. What? What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since we snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? It was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. First page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
So, in other words...
In other words, when it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro that we still didn't have. Hey, what kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? I was going to, and then you stopped me, you dickhead. It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
Interesting.
I don't know what kind of man he was. I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. True. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro appeared suddenly, and in the background... Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats. Close, but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Probably. You weren't wrong. I mean, you're dead, so clearly you were right. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir, when she entered Hope's Peak, he didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I'll be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair? I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? How would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. Could have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it was the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
Wrong, Makoto. Huh?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought. But I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should know. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. Yep. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot, 7 inches, 97 pounds. Jesus, tiny girl. And it even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. We didn't need that information. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me? Like, if She has a nice body? God damn it, Makoto. Please. You're a hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible. But it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
Clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Fair. Mukuro's profile has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Sure, what up? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. Hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it, or don't, as you will. Keep that in mind. Thanks. Is there any other information here we can take? That's 78 student registry. Apparently that's us. It has profiles on me and everyone I met at the beginning, and Mukuro. It's like us, Mukuro apparently was a student here at Hope's Peak. Mukuro Ikusaba, part of the Ultimate Despair. Which means her and the Mastermind should have been allies. But then, why would the Mastermind kill her? Aren't they friends? Alright, we can leave this area. I'm not gonna lie, I'm hella invested now. I'm hella invested in what's going on now.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto, are you here to look around too? Is that what you're doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma's door. Well, I figured, if all the doors in the school have been unlocked, that one should be open too, right? That's exactly the one I want to check. Although, I couldn't bring myself to open it. Because it might explode, right? That'd really suck. So you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. You did make it sound like that, you know. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. Threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. What's inside the... Oh, ho, ho, ho. It's the control room for Monokuma. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was... Whoa, this place is totally sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Oh boy. Well, Hina, what do you think?
What the heck?
I mean, every part of the school leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but this place is like the #1 gross. It's in a whole different league of creepy. Hatch. Some kind of hatch on the floor, but right now I'm more concerned about the weird device. And it's clearly this is where they control Monokuma from. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi'd probably freak out if he saw it. Cockpit? So Monokuma's room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. And could that mean...
Okay.
Alright, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Oh, hold on, you can't just or whatever something like this. But it was too late. Hino was already jabbing away at the control panel. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button that says Data Center. Data Center? Took a good look at the control panel. I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. That must be the one she pushed. The data center? That's right, next door. The room we were just in, that's where the strange noise came from. I'd probably better go check it out.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. Okay, Hina. Alright. The buttons probably correspond to moving Monokuma, don't they? Did I hear what I think I heard? There he is. Is that Monokuma? Hey. Grar! Grar, give me your donuts. Is that you, Hina? What? Oh man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't even know what you're controlling. You don't even know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Ah, guess what I found? A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Oh, man. Are you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with Monokuma drawing on it, and the Monokuma control panel inside. Yeah, this is the Monokuma control room. Which makes perfect sense. Whoa, hey Makoto. What the heck was that just now? Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? What you were controlling just now, it was Monokuma.
Huh?
Monokuma? What? For real? Yep, looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma, which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us all. Maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Yep. Yoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind had been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true, it's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. Yep, the same hint. 16 students. Also, who's to say that one of the 16 students couldn't have been the one that woke up first, got the master key and all that stuff, and then locked all the rest of the doors and set up the killing game while also making the rules. Because they all, I'm assuming, have memory loss, or, you know, because they all woke up there, so they at least had lost consciousness. Also, there are clearly photos of that they've all known each other before, so more than likely it's memory loss, but it'd be what it be. No, it can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. Oh, okay. What about you? Is everything okay?
I mean,
Oh, well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they'd set up traps or something? Can't say it isn't possible. But I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going? Yeah. Nothing else to look around here? This is Hatch here. What's wrong, Makoto? Let's hurry up and get out of here. Yeah, let's leave, I guess. Click. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? Ah, the door! It just locked on its own. What? My hand shot out and grabbed the doorknob. Yep. It's locked, but why? Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted. Monokuma.
Just a second.
Hey, that ain't no fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just showed up and stopped moving. That room. As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now, you're being operated by someone in that room.
yes indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
But that doesn't make any sense. We were just standing in there, and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Woohoo! Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Yes, because the game wouldn't let me check the one suspicious hatch. Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way. The hatch on the floor? Thank you, game. Thank you. Oh, too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course that hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace. He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure. Then, when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? Well, it's not your fault.
sorry.
Okay, true. Okay. Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We don't. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving. Okay, I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. Nice. You've got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out. See you later. It took off at a full sprint. I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. True. I want to check. Just Monokuma. So the only places left are on the 5th floor, right? The garden, the dojo, and the biolab. My big thing is, where the heck is Hero at? Because Hero is the only person not showing up on the map. And I think that's the game trying to give me a false lead. Because why would you trust anything in this game? Let me into this biolab. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? Well, there's monitors and shit in here. I'm surprised to see the surveillance camera can work with how cold it is in here. Skills hanging from the monitor. There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of these things lately. Yeah, right? Ah, it's so cold. Why is it so cold in here? That's the first thing I need to figure out. Is that a thermostat? Some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. I've seen something like this before. Ah, that's it. I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? Should probably take a closer look around. There's some kind of weird machine built in the wall. Oh, but only some of the lights are on. The ones on the left. Oh, the ones on the right, the lights are off. Okay. Yeah, but what's in here? Why is it cold? A booklet. It looks like an instructional manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to the standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. Okay, actual dead bodies. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver, and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do not offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. Is this an instructional manual for the fridge? Well, looking around, I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It's some kind of makeshift morgue. Okay. And about those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so when the slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which would mean each slot lit up in blue. Another one of the victims is... Yep, there's somebody in there. Can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died. And that's defeat the mastermind. To do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. So these ones are all empty. How many are there? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10... 9 lit. 12, 14, 16. Wow! Exactly 16. This is one of those fridges they put all the dead bodies in. These are all of the dead people, aren't they? This is all the dead people. There's 6 of us walking around, and then one more. Somebody who's supposed to be dead isn't in here. Aha! Brain. We can get Biggie with the dry ice home skillet? No. Alright. Let's see. Dude, why are you yelling? Why are you yelling, Pat? You come here. Say hi to the screen. You're yelling at me like you want attention. Do you not want to be on the lap? Huh? You just being a big baby just because you want attention? This cat right here is the most attention-hungry cat I've ever seen. Even though he's perfectly fine. And now look, I'm gonna hold you like a little baby. Like the little baby that you are. No, there's no getting away. There's no getting away now. Okay, yeah, maybe now you can get away. Alright, go. Goodbye. My cats are weird. I have no normal animals. They're all weird. All weirdos. Every single one of them. Weirdos. Oh, it's Toko. Oh, Toko. So this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything, not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, I would have to have something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko.
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. You have any idea what I'm doing, what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. I'm not sure I can disagree with that. You know, he's probably gonna call you useless regardless. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna get going? That target seems pretty far away. I'm amazed to see. You can see, yeah. Bing, bing, bing. Thanks. We got cherry blossoms. A whole lot of cherry blossoms. There's the usual monitor. And then we have a suit of armor. A suit of armor is on display. It's extremely Japanese. I can totally imagine Sakura out here using this to train. From the bottom of my heart, I just really wanna. Maybe I'll just bust it to hell for real. Then you'd be breaking a rule, Makoto. Come on, man. There's a bunch of wooden lockers in here. You found the clue. You found a clue in here, but it was just the mastermind's attempt to frame Kyoko. Why? Why is everything... I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm just gonna get going. Yeah, let's just get going. You take care over there, Toko. You don't lose your shit, please. Huh? It's gone. Mukuro's body. It's not here? Sprinkler control panel. Still only 4 chickens left. Honestly, I'd be kind of terrified if there were more than that. Plant, did you eat it? Monokuma flower. Is it true? Does it really eat paper, plastic, and people? But I don't think it's related to the case, so I better keep my distance. Let's check the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. Can't find anything close to a dead body. But if it's not in here either, then it must be. Could it be in the biolab? The corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. The tarp played a key role in the other case, so I'd better look into it. They took a body out from the biolab, moved it there, did all the stuff, and then now they moved it back. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinkler from getting the body wet, which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? There it is. I didn't notice it before, but there's a small stamp in the corner of the tarp. It says Biolab? Then this originally came from the Biolab. That seems about right. Let's go to the Biolab. Can I not go to the Biolab from here? Oh, that's all I really need to check here. Thank you for letting me know, game. Ding dong bing bong.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely?
It is.
Well then, since you're all giving it your best, Your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
But now he wants to give us a hint? It's suspicious, there's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? Why would you go? Why wouldn't you just go to the biolab to check first? Makoto, are you so stupid? Son of a bitch. Makoto, fucking please. Fucking please, my guy. God, horrible. Oh, hey, hero. Makoto. Why'd you act so surprised? No reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What'd he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Alright, hero. Hero, wait. There's no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hero? It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? What are we gonna see in the gym? What are we gonna see in the gym? Well, there's us. There's Monokuma popping up.
I am Monokuma!
Alright. Oh, welcome. Welcome, hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope? Okay. This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside. What? Don't worry. Just get on with it. This is like somebody's like dirty laundry, isn't it? So that way they get concerned about the other people. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. Yeah, it's all of them. It's all of them, and then the best part of this photo are the two extremes on each side of the photo of Byakuya being antisocial as fuck and Celeste also being antisocial as fuck. Oh, on the flip side, oh, my sweet boy Taka. The best boy. And Mondo, my other sweet boy. And Junko getting covered up by Taka's arm. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who'd come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sayaka. Oh, our girlfriend secretary Sayaka who died? She's the only one I don't recognize. It's fucking Mukuro Ikusaba. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right, when Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room and we looked at that file. Mukuro Ikusaba? Then this girl is... What? Why? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that, just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. Fair. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. You're right. You aren't in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived at Hope's Peak Academy. Well, it's natural for me not to be in this picture, but that's definitely unnatural. Is that everyone else is in the picture? I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean, could it be everyone else and just me? Everyone here except me is... How long are you gonna keep up this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're kinda getting in the way, standing there, you know. So I mean, get out. But I told you, I'm not fielding any questions. What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. Oh, okay, you just go berserk? I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. We got a group photo. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion, I left the gym dejected. How does that count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? It looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Yeah, you do. We need to go... Where the fuck is that biolab? Bring me back to that biolab, though. No, we need to be in this biolab. I decided to visit the biolab one more time. The first thing I saw when I got there... Oh, shit! Was her passed out again. Huh? Toko? Oh, did she see a dead body and then fainted? Toko, are you okay? No, she's not dead, is she? Oh, it's Jill. There we go. Oh, because she went unconscious. It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold. I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will. What? I was asleep. I must have fainted again. Bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you? No, I wasn't. Oh, then what? Hot and bothered? Straight up horny? Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss Morose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch. Bingo bazinga. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. And don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. No, it's more like half. Yeah, it's more like half. Genocide Jack's memory has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byaku's around somewhere doing his own investigating.
Yes.
By himself? I assume so?
Oh, I'm on fire.
I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. Yoko always being an 11. Toko shot off with her shut off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anyway. Besides, I have more important things to do right now. Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be some reason for it. Whose body is this? The fridge, it's open. But I'm sure they were all shut tight last I was here. That must be why she passed out. Of course it's Kyoko. She faints so easily. Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? It is. Are you okay? Are you okay? I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Oh yeah, it's a morgue. Yes, we know that, yeah.
I knew.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seen what was in there. And well, there you have it. You knew she fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate, and when she opened the slot here, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Yeah. Why's everything gotta be so difficult with her?
Anyway,
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched. But suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. Huh? How come? Because Mukuro's body is in here. Mukuro's corpse? Mukuro's body is inside the fridge.
I see.
Just like every other time, the Mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial. Mastermind did it. Because they assumed we'd never be going the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now we can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time. I'm going to grab the Mastermind by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
How about you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished. Okay, here we go. Just wait over there, that's it? Oh, here I am, just waiting over here. You know, I think I've seen a tarp like this somewhere before. It's the same tarp as the one I found in the garden tool shed. If I remember that tarp, it had a stamp on it that said Biolab. And that's the tarp that can be used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the Biolab and took it over there. Anything else here? I already looked through this instruction manual, more importantly. Yep. It would seem the blue light comes on when a slot is occupied. But when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around the number of lights that are on, including Mukuro's, there's 9 in all. 9. 9 lights? There should be 10. There should be 10. Should ask Kyoko about that group photo. Yeah, because Kyoko's even in it. After all, she's in it too. Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I want to talk to you about something. What's it? It's about the announcement Monokuma made earlier. You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer. Huh? Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own, without whatever hints he may have to offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here, looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the Mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation. Okay, Makoto, I'm done. Ready? Jeez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief. It's your report. So did you find anything?
Indeed.
Do you need something? You need the help with this investigation too? Why are you yelling? He's just yelling at me. Cat's yelling at me again. I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood. It seemed highly likely that the stomach wound and the blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death. Uh-huh. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings. That means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is those other wounds, but the files said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old?
Because
All the Monokuma files says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago. Exactly. I guess I don't see the difference.
wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However,
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds make it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder. You saying they are? Well, we all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? Yeah, the Monokuma file could be technically correct while not being accurate. But it could be technically correct. So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it.
so then,
Especially because this body for Mukuro is probably Junko. But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
at the very least,
Thirdly, you can allow it as one of many possibilities, can't you? One of many?
right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answers from the beginning. True. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words,
Yep. That's how it goes. They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future. Fair.
hey,
So if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. Yeah, come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
so
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that? Did I get all that right? You remembered all that? They are indeed consistent with the corpse. So then,
indeed,
and don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
indeed.
Our victim in this case is, without a doubt, Mukuro Ikusawa. But then why do they have Junko nails on?
And
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so.
so then,
Then it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, are we not going to put the body back? What if you think it's kind of sad leaving it out like this?
why?
Sad? Did you forget she was our enemy once? A part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey,
Have you ever heard of the phrase, you reap what you sow? Fair. Well, yeah, but still.
whew,
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But she could have abandoned me. But she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
so then,
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes? Ah, hold on. Still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. Yep, the fucking pocketbook. If I don't do it now... I wasn't trying to click all that. 9 lights? Kyoko! Hey, Kyoko. I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
What?
Go on ahead then, out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What?
What?
So...
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms? I do, yes. Yep. We gotta ask her. Also, yeah. Anybody who watches the stream, if y'all ever want to know my one pet peeve in life, fucking chapped lips. Jesus Christ. That is my number one pet peeve. So, anytime I'm doing that on stream, that's why. That is exactly why. But to get into any of the lockers, you'd need a handbook of whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
One you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? Found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there's something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father. Oh, gasp!
if that's true...
Would that mean that video is real too? Video?
Makoto.
Makoto, I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers, right now. I need to confirm what you said with my own 2 eyes. Oh, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If you're right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Or a locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense. DVD? It says Class 78, Urgent Interviews?
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left. I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, but just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now. I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Important DVD has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Makoto.
And now it's my turn. You have a split second to listen to me ramble.
In other words...
So as it turns out, the arrangements I'd made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the question I wanted to ask, for the rest of my life. True, and all because of the mastermind.
However...
But there's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Yoko's eyes burned with the fire of determination. Determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she did it. Her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So, that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth. That's true. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering. Whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then...
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. Better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the AV room to check it out. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth. No matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world. Can't afford to lose. Alright. Well, we're gonna save here, because this seems like a decent stopping point. And yeah. Bunch of fun stuff happening in Danganronpa. Getting this last class trial underway. But yeah. Hey, thanks everyone for showing up and chatting in chat and, you know, just swinging by. I appreciate it. Let's see. Our next stream will be Sunday. So Sunday we'll be back. We will be playing more Final Fantasy IX. Got a lot of stuff to do there. And yeah. If there's anybody you guys want me to raid, let me know in the next like minute to 5 minutes. And yeah, y'all have a good morning, evening, or afternoon. Y'all have a good Friday, Saturday, and sure to take care of yourselves and each other. And yeah, bye-bye.